I'm back. Oh no, what is happening? No, Diablo, wake up. Hello, Bifredo. Hello, everybody. Okay, let's see. Curious about this project Codebase. How big is it now? I don't know. And how big is the Zigg cache for such project? Um, I'm concerned about mine growing too much if I go over 20,000 lines. No, Zigg cache grows gigantic because it doesn't delete your old uh it doesn't delete your old builds. So you, as soon as you keep building, like as soon as you make a new build, you create a new set of artifacts. It depends on, for the completion unit that changed, but like you change version of this compiler, now you have a copy of everything. So like you do accumulate a bunch of things over time, and you just need to delete it occasionally. Eventually, I think that Zigg will implement some automated vacuum stuff, but you know it's not hard to clean it yourself. Okay. So yeah, it's not a big deal. As for the size of this project, I don't know, like 5,000-10,000 lines, maybe. Um, how do we count? Clock. Well, I was. It seems that I was pretty on point with my count. So, assuming that we can trust this clock implementation, but it seems fine. So, what else? So this is it. Okay, so what is the plan for today? The plan for today is that we killed Zigg News yesterday, and I kind of left it unspecified what I was going to put there eventually. But after thinking about it for a while, um, so here was my idea, and again, it's a not fully specified idea. It's a generic half-assed idea of what I kind of wanted to achieve, with a lot of things that are like a lot of details that were not clear in my mind. The idea was, let's make something kind of like lobsters, but maybe instead of having users sign up, let's have a system where the thing pulls from a set of RSS feeds, and if you want to push new stuff to it, you add a new RSS feed to it. But then people would still need to be able to vote and comment for the website to be useful. So in a sense, you still need a database, you still need user registration, you still need all these things. And in reality, RSS feeds, like pulling from RSS feeds, it's not as good as people posting stuff manually, because there's something deliberate in doing the posting. So the idea is, let's, like, I don't really know for real. Yeah, well, in case there's somebody sees this page, and malicious readers, in the sense that somebody might see this page and think that they can steal all the content. Is the two curated content channels with RSS an idea? Maybe, but well, the thing is, we still don't know what Zigg News should be, right? So here's the question: Would uh would a lobsters Zigg.news be bad? When I say lobsters, I mean having Zigg News be a deployment of lobsters. That's what I was wondering. Um, I think that a lobster's Zeta news would make sense, and I also think that if we were to make our own bespoke solution for it, I think it would still kind of have to look like lobsters. Now, CryptoCode makes a good point because we have we have D2 basically, which is a puzzle piece that doesn't exist in the lobsters landscape. So maybe we could come up with something clever that combines D2 and lobsters, and link aggregation. Um, but I would say it doesn't have. I don't see an immediately obvious, clear, superior way of doing things. And I also think that even if we purpose Zeta News for something else, like not for D2 interaction, it's not like we have missed on a big opportunity, I think, because in my mind, D2 communities are generally speaking meant to be independent on their own, so not necessarily want to affiliate to a centralized thing. Just like we have content discuss in right now in the Software You Can Love Discord server, which is not super successful channel, but it does see some action. And actually, that is the one thing that I would expect to kind of stop being used entirely if Zig.news becomes a successful idea. I don't know. I also would like to try and run lobsters and see how it is. So that's what I'm thinking. But I would actually be curious if people watching have an opinion in favor or against a lobster's Zigdo news. What's your IDE theme? It's AYU. AYU. It's one of the AYU ones. So if we were to deploy lobsters, so this is the project. So they say, fork to the repo, clone it to your local computer. You should add lobsters as a git remote so you can continue pull your changes. Our changes, yeah. Edit application.rb to put your website's name and domain name. We use a paid service called Hatchbox to set up and deploy the server. Yeah, it's Ruby on Rails again. Here we go again. But in their defense, this is Ruby on Rails, but without all the fucking containers. Man, running running Forem on Core OS, what a pain in the ass. Why would anybody think that it is a good idea to make a distro that doesn't have anything in it, not even a package manager? And that well, Docker is its package manager. Why do people want to do that? Uh, Read the Hatchbox docs. Getting started. Hatchbox organizes deployments using clusters. A cluster is a group of servers. Each server is given a set of roles, defining its responsibilities. We do respect lobsters is really a reasonable idea, but isn't Ziggy kind of the de facto place everybody's using? So no, Ziggy is not the de facto place everyone is using. a lot of people are using Discord, and they are in the main Zigg Discord server, which is pretty big. It has right now it has 3,000 users online. Not like present in the server, not like who have joined the server online right now. So that one is big. There is the Zigg Software Foundation Zulip. There, I have my own tiny Discord server. There's still people on Reddit, for example. We kind of don't like Reddit as the the ZSF doesn't like Reddit, but some people are still there, and so the answer is no. There is no one place everybody is using. There is no de facto one place to be. Doesn't exist. Zigit is certainly one big community, one of the bigger ones, the biggest forum, bigger than Reddit at this point, I think. So yeah, for sure. That being said, Zig.News, if we were to deploy lobsters, wouldn't be an alternative to Zigit, I would say, because sure, you can discuss links on Zigit, sure. I would say it's not exactly the same thing. So, okay, sorry. Long story short, to conclude my answer, I wouldn't worry about creating alternatives that risk fragmenting the community, because that is not a thing. Well, I can tell you from firsthand experience that every time you create a new offering, you're not really hurting the other alternatives. Or I don't know, you know what? Maybe there might be some situations where something like this does take place. I don't know. But as long as I've been in the Zig community, um, even when it was smaller, it was still big, and um, like there were enough different interests within the community itself that you basically end up just creating something for people that were not satisfied with the previous solution. So the people who do, for example, at a point in time we had Discord, and then somebody made Zigit, and you could argue, oh no, now you make Zigit, and now you're gonna split the community. But you don't really split the community when you do that. You just end up taking people that were signed up to Discord but who didn't really enjoy Discord, and like who basically would not open Discord too much because that was not their preferred way of communicating, and you're giving them something that they prefer more, and now they will be more active in the place that is more comfortable for them. So it's it is not a bad idea to create alternatives. I can promise you that. So let's see. When Hatchbox deploys an application to a cluster, it will be deployed according to the roles on the servers. For example, let's say that you have a cluster with a load balancer, 2 web servers, a server, and a database server. So wait, so this is a paid service, Hatchbox? RelationKey.io. Wait, what even is the... what even is this thing? What is Hatchbox? Where is this video playing? Oh no, it's behind this watch video. It's secretly playing behind this button. Oh no, guys. What is pricing? $10 server month. And wait. So to the... when I was a provider, we used this solution because I was already familiar with it. Create a cluster. Ours is called Lobsters. When a server is created, check if its IP address is blacklisted for sending email. You'll need to create a database. We use MariaDB in production, but are working to migrate to SQLite. Create an app. So we're trading we're trading containers for a $10 a month service. Man, $10 a month. $10 a month is the tax for using a technology that is a pain in the ass to deploy. But still, even if that is the case, wait, what about what was it called? Like Envoy? There were some solutions for deploying Ruby on Rails applications in a way that wasn't too bad. Like, what is this? Okay, you know what? Let's look at the Docker Compose. What is this guy even using? Application database. So when you run this locally, this is it. Hmm. This code base does not have the anti-spam features needed to protect it from spam bots. You should only enable these for a few days or weeks so that people can sign up uh, in direct response to you marketing your new website. If you leave signups open indefinitely, you will be overwhelmed with spam. Yeah. Domain name read only. Root URL. Ban the name domains admin. Username of the admin account used to ban domains automatically, e.g., URL shorteners. So are we paying $10 a month on top of paying for the server? Like $10 a month is a pretty good server on DigitalOcean. Man, it's not a huge sum. It's just that it's painful. The idea that you have to pay to deploy. I don't know. For free from Oracle. Yeah, no, I'm not touching anything from Oracle. So here's what I'm thinking. I think I want to think about this more. Because I also want to consider the hypothesis of just doing the deployment without that stupid thing. Like how hard can it be to deploy um, a Ruby on Rails project, right? Right? 20 auto upgrades, apt periodic update package lists one, unattended upgrade one, caddy file, encode file server default, bash aliases, be bundle exec, ccurl, cl clear, on cd deploy lobster's current bundle exec rails console. DB. Oh, I guess these are all the things that they're doing to do administrative tasks. Log. CD deploy lobsters shared log. alias VI to Vim. What? Log rotation. Root deploy. Email stuff. Okay. Hey, Stu. Well, the idea is what I was considering is deploying lobsters on Zigg.news. Basically, turn Zigg.news into a lobsters. That was the idea. And it's just that running other people's software is always a pain in the ass. So right now, what's giving me pause is the fact that they don't have a bajillion containers, and technically they wouldn't need them either. Like if they just added a sprinkle of containerization, I think that would be enough. There's a cloud.md. What? Agents.md. Agents.md. Okay. So this is their uh, agents.md. That is funny. Okay, so what I was saying is I think they could have served by a little bit of containerization instead of using a $10 a month service. So in your cluster, create a server. When a server created, check its IP address, email spammers constantly, blah blah blah. You need to create a database. We use MariaDB in production while working to migrate to SQLite. What is this link? Migrate to SQLite. Open. Oh shit, this was open in 2018. August 2025. Oh, so they have support for it. Man, they are fighting so much Ruby stuff. Anyway, going back to this, let's see, create an app running through the settings sections. Add a solid queue process. Command bundle exec rails solid queue start. Repository connect your GitHub repo domain and SSL. Add your domain names, include both example.org and www.example.org. Environment. Bundle without. Database URL. Trilogy. What is Trilogy? We have read up settings to run an unfortunately clever hook to update those on deploy. You know what? I'll think about it more. I open source Discord alternative. Let's go work on D2. This is so weird. I am, I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know. Okay. Again, I'm not giving up completely. I just want to think about it more because I want to consider the possibility of um just not doing the deployment through their $10 more a month service. Jesus. But maybe not. It's fine. Whatever. Okay. So what are we doing then? We can keep working on D2. So the last thing that we did was well, the very last thing that we did was um the very last thing was nicer logging. Um but before that we did permissions. So here's what I realized. I realized a couple of things in the meantime. I don't think that owner, admin, and maybe even band should be um roles. I think that for now the only role that we have should be moderator. And even then I'm not sure. But I think that what we should have in users is kind. We should have kind as an integer, not null. Um yeah. And basically kind is owner, admin, user. I don't know if mod should be a kind. You could argue that mod should be just a role that gives extra capabilities to a user, but maybe not. Maybe this is something that we should put also in kind. And so maybe roles should be something entirely user land for gating access to channels. Basically, I think that is not a bad idea. I wouldn't bother with kind. Everything should be role based. Um, the reason for this is that um the reason for this is that it is nice to have. Well, so for example, owner needs special rules. There can only be one owner. There should not be more than one owner. You should not be able to gate any permission to owner. You should not be able to gate any permission to admin, for example. So um, which probably is why mod should not be any of these things, maybe. But I think like they require special handling, because in any case they require special handling, because if you just make owner a normal role, um then people will just make them UID zero hard coded. Yes, but then you cannot answer ownership if you do that. Are you using Neovim? No, I'm using flow control. That's what I'm using. So I could hard code the ID, but why they're not dates? Because I want to use my own format for dates. So the reason why I was thinking this is, yeah, basically, in the end, owner and admin need to have pretty much everything. Um, because the alternative is that if we also put this stuff in roles, then I do think that it is worth having this separation. And I think that mod should not be it, because I think it works like this. If you are the owner, you can do everything. Hello Neurosite, hello Ains. If you're the owner, you can do everything. If you are an admin, you can do everything except bad stuff to the owner. So for example, I think that admins should be able to uh, remove adminship from one another, but they should not be able to remove adminship or ownership from the owner. Um, and while moderators, it would make sense for you to have moderators that have mod powers only on a channel, for example. Maybe, I guess it depends on what you mean by mod powers, because if by mod power you mean banning people from the server, then that is not a channel specific power. Hmm. Maybe mod is also a kind of user. And maybe instead of kind, we can call this power. Um, Neurosite, are you still around? Check this out. Um, there's a branch called Flow Repro instead of D2. I think you have access to D2. The Flow Repro branch, if you open with Flow, go to server init, and then go to section, so line 271. Also in the configuration, we need completion style to be drop down. So let me do this. Go to init. You go here and you type std dot fmt dot we crash. So you have a branch, and yeah, 271 with drop down menus. Actually, you know what? I could also try this. Any changes? Yeah, there are some changes. Okay, let me pull latest changes. Um, The file was server init, server CLI server init, and I think it's the only file named init. And the line was 271, 271. And what you want to do is um, basically what you're trying to do is wrap this multi-line string into a std fmt com time print. So above it you start typing fmt and then you get a crash. Oh, std.fmt, and on the second dot you get a crash. And if it makes any difference, I'm using the version of Zigg that that D2 advertises in the zone file. Okay, let's see what happens now. Let's see if it's still there. Okay, it seems that the new version doesn't crash. I think you fixed it. Okay, let me look at my config. Drop down. Yes, I'll drop down. Init. Error mode not found. Overlay slash drop down. What does mode not found mean? Oh, do I need to reset my keybinds? I need to reset my keybinds, don't I? Oh shit, I don't remember how you do this. How do I reset my keybinds? I don't even know. Edit keybinds. Flow keys. I guess I can just do delete. I can just delete .config flow. You know what? You know what the crash might have been? I think so. Here's a theory. Maybe I didn't reset my keybinds. Sorry, I didn't update my keybinds, and so I had all the keybinds, but a commit that introduced drop downs. I had never seen drop downs, so maybe this is the problem. Maybe the problem is that I was seeing drop downs. Now this is good, but I don't think I want this thing down here though. I want the drop down, but I don't want the thing down there. How do we avoid both things? Oh wait, I'm in flow mode also. Oh right, because I reset everything. Okay, so this is fine. Oh no, I also have the top bar now. I don't want this. Haha, we saved it. That is funny. Okay, so how do we get rid of the top bar? Top bar. Top bar. Code string, yeah, but okay. Error too short. Okay, so this is it. So yeah, this probably was the cause of the trouble. Sorry for the annoyance. Um, mm, 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 mm. And this should not be lowercase. Why do we think that this is lowercase? Oh man. Oh, but we still have the lowercase name. I wonder where the lowercase name is being picked up. In any case, so what we're doing here is talking about power. D2 user server only init the init power power. User moderator admin owner. You have to wipe the project file to remove the lowercase names. I see. Oh, you're because you were saying that it would normally clean itself up if it didn't exist, but because on macOS the path still results in an existing file, it will just never be deleted. That is annoying, but I get it. Dawn of my Requiem. How's it going? I've been stuck in front and hell, so I've not been playing with Zigg for a bit. I'm sorry. Well, yesterday I was stuck in DevOps hell. Actually, a moment ago I was stuck in DevOps hell. Uh, but yeah, no, I'm back to developing Zigg. I don't know. Life is good. Life is good. I was sick was it like for the last few weeks, and I'm getting better. So this is also good. Um, baseline capabilities baseline users capabilities baseline for this user. Admins and owner can do anything and have and are not subject to any limitation, to any like cooldown limitation, like, oh, you can only send one message per month, blah blah blah. No, yesterday I took out Helix because I was opening a giant SQLite file, and Flow was unable. Sorry, did I say SQLite? SQL. I opened a giant SQL file that contained the full dump of Zigg news, and Flow would die. That thing was big though; like it had very big lines. And Helix actually was managing, although it was laggy. Helix was laggy. Flow would block completely. Also, no colors in Helix. Yeah, although with the CSV version, we did see colors, I think. Can I grab the file somewhere? No, because it's the full dump of Zigg news. It contains emails and stuff. But here's what I can do. I would be happy to um bring it to a Zigg day and well, do stuff there. Alternatively, I could garble it for you. That being said, yeah, I do think that Flow was attempting to get syntax highlighting, and the other thing did not. So and maybe that did have an impact. No, it was it wouldn't crash. It would just hang. So user moderator admin owner. Exact division produced a reminder, right? Because this guy needs to be a power of 2. Make it U8. Okay, so there we go. I tend to set up root so I can admin admins. That would be owner for us. Okay. You know what? Maybe band also should be another role. Band user. Yeah. Hello, flow, looking good. Yeah, it is. In your site, do you notice the pink dots before after the cursor when typing? Seems to be an article on that line number 4 somehow. Oh, you mean like these guys? I actually asked him about this. No, there is a reason. These guys have a meaning. It's just that the thing that tries to give the meaning is not correctly set up. So I believe that green is new line. Uh, sorry, pink dots, man. I'm colorblind, so I don't even know if this is pink. Okay, so this thing. Oh yeah, it's red and white space. There we go. Sorry, but yeah, all these things have meanings. Okay, band user, moderator, admin, owner. I think these are like the power archetypes. Why not call it permissions? Because permissions are more nuanced. They're more complicated. So these permissions are things like can they authenticate? Well, actually, access admin probably should be taken away. Let me look at show you this. So there are roles, but these roles will have to be something different. They will drive access to channels or sections. They will drive your ability to post or react. They will drive basically. They will drive more nuanced stuff. That's the idea. Yeah. So so do we have a default role then? Do we have default roles? I don't have at this point. So if we make even mods like that, yeah, we have that. We have that. But those are not really for admins. Like when you're the admin, when you're the owner of your Discord server, permissions don't really apply to you. And that's what this power thing models. Then if you're not an admin, you're a normal user, then yes. And that what user role, that's what roles is, and then what's permissions is. So you have permissions that you can set. For example, can this user send a message to this channel? That is runtime stuff that you can personalize exactly like Discord. That is the idea. But I was thinking that it doesn't really make a lot of sense to try and model admins that way, in my opinion, because or banned users that way. Like if somebody is banned, you just want to immediately deny everything right away. Like you don't even want that to cost you 2 database queries. I think you would want that to only cost you 1 database query. Yeah, you can totally represent admins using basically by granting them any possible granular permission, sure. But that costs you queries. I think it's good to basically represent base like archetypal um, power configurations as just a simple bit on the user. If you're an admin, then yeah, you can do everything. Or if you're an auditor, same thing. So that's the idea. You basically save yourself one query. So for example, here, server permission. Here we're checking if a user has a server permission. So let's look at what permissions are. Permissions are can be defined. They can be server-wide, apply to a section, or apply to a channel. A section is a collection of channels. So if you define that a user cannot send a message to a section, then that automatically applies to all channels in that section, and that's good. So here as server-wide settings, I'm going to remove access admin because we don't care about that one anymore, because that one doesn't work like this anymore. But we have authenticate. So that says, can you authenticate to this server? Another server-wide, let me think about a server-wide setting of this kind that we could have. Like a name change countdown, for example. Like you can only change your name once every 3 days, for example. Let me think about it for a second. What else could be there? Authenticate. Yeah, maybe we can do server change, name change. Name change cooldown. But then we have to think about how to represent ranges. I don't want to do that now. That is annoying. Okay, let's just stick with the authenticate example. So there's the authenticate permission. And so we can you can revoke a user the ability to authenticate if you want. And so we check if there is user permission that denies access, that denies authenticating for this specific user, or you can give that to a role. And then if you give that a user that role, then that's the second query that does that. And so we use that to recover everything. But I also think that at this point we can say, look, if somebody is an admin, then you can't prevent them from authenticating, because if you're an admin, you're automatically you automatically have all these capabilities and they cannot be removed from you. So we can say that basically their power level has to be user for this checking to make sense. So we can say, so instead of default, yeah, well, the default is good. Let's change this to user default. Then we can say switch. Oh, okay. So here's what makes it slightly worse. In this case, we just have a user ID. So now if we want to get the power level of this user, we need a query to get that. But normally we would know this. So maybe instead of getting a user ID, we get a full user. And instead of passing down user ID, we pass down user. So what am I using for the front end? This is not a web application. So I'm using a GUI framework for making a native client. So what about mod? Do we implicitly say that if it is a mod, you cannot tell them? Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking that maybe mods as a category, as a power level, doesn't make sense. I mean, I think it's fine. Maybe we can say that mods have all server permissions? Well, no, they definitely do not. So they're like users. So what is the point of they basically the only difference is that they get granted access to the moderator menu and all the moderation logic is true for them. Hmm. I think they're users. Wait, what? Okay. Okay. So with this, we have the concept of power. Then when we go into this is okay. Yeah. Then we go into uh, init, and when we create a user role, insert into users values blah 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 admin. So this needs to be an std.fmt.comTime print because we want to put also this can be a question mark, this can be a question mark, but we want also to do id created updated And here we want int from enum d2 user power dot owner. Okay. Okay, so this is okay, I think at this point. This is not moderator then anymore as a role, I think. Yeah, you know what? I think the moderators as a power archetype doesn't make a lot of sense. I think that those should be just normal users that are granted extra permissions, I think. Hmm. What else do I want to do now? Well, do we build? We build. Hi, can I spam you with questions a bit? You can ask. If it's Zigg related, yes. If it's not Zigg related, I don't know. So I trust your judgment. Zigg or programming related. Also, if it's programming but it's not Zigg, then if the question is too specific, like, I don't know, if you have questions about your Ruby on Rails code base, well, I don't know Ruby on Rails, for example. Okay, what were we saying? We build. What happens if we try this now? Well, if we do, we remove the database. We created a new owner handle. I think it's Christoph. Foreign key constraint failed. Oh shit. Oh, it's this one that failed. Okay, so run the server now. Client connects successfully. Change us from owner to band. Recreate the server. Run the server. Connect. And this fails because we don't have permission. Okay. That sounds good. Let's see. First about game dev. Is there a bug move in Rust Bevy? Do you think that Zigg can win this competition in the future? It looks like Zigg is much simpler and should fit better in game dev field. Oh, you mean there is a big move? Are you saying that a lot of people are starting to move to Rust Bevy? So a lot of people are looking at who want to do game dev. They're starting to look into Bevy. And so your question is about what do I think about people moving to Rust Bevy and whether Zigg is competitive. So first of all, I'm not a game developer. I have never made a game. I have never used Rust really much. I've definitely also not not used Bevy, even more specifically. So I don't have a lot of experience. Well, I don't have any experience with most of the specifics of this topic. So I cannot comment on how Bevy, on how good or bad is Bevy. If I had to venture a guess, stuff that comes out of the Rust ecosystem tends to be polished and nice to use. So I can see why people would want to, jump on the Rust ship. It is also true that Rust is kind of a complicated language, and that can cause friction when you're trying to do game dev. I also would argue that game dev, again, I don't have first-hand experience, so maybe what I'm saying is wrong, but I think the game dev tends to have well-defined lifetimes for most things. Like you have scratch memory that you reset per rendering frame or per in-game like engine tick. Every time you do a physics tick in your game, then you have to use some memory and then you free it at the end once you're done computing the tick. Some other stuff instead is more long-lived, right? You enter, I don't know, a room, a level, and there's like monsters in there, entities, and so those are long-lived for as long as you are in there. So because of this, I think that it wouldn't seem insane to me to argue that in the end you don't get a lot of mileage out of lifetimes in Rust, as in that context, if you know what you're doing. So I do think that Ziggy is a good fit for game dev, generally speaking, but it's a different style. And I guess so. I don't think that Rust is the silver bullet language for game dev. I think it's a reasonable choice. So if you like it, go for it. I don't think it's the only choice. Like I don't think there's gonna be a future where everybody says, "Holy shit!" Can you think of the people that were left behind who did not start using Rust for game dev, 5 years ago, and now they're all left in the dust? No, that's never gonna happen. It's gonna be a decent alternative, and it depends on how much you like Rust in general, like how comfortable you feel writing Rust in general. I think so. Yeah, do take a look at what Zigg is offering and see if Zigg fits your style better. I do think that it's competitive. That being said, the Zigg ecosystem is generally a little bit behind compared to Rust because it's a younger language. So, you know, a few things are still work in progress or not as polished as the Rust equivalent, but we're getting there. And I think you should be confident that the Zigg ecosystem is going to catch up with Rust on all dimensions sooner than later. So it's not going to happen today nor tomorrow. It will take still a bit of time, but I think you should expect in a handful of years that that whenever it comes to, oh, Rust has this, then there is going to be a Zig equivalent that is going to be roughly as good. Do-do-do-do-doom. Okay, so we have the concept of power. We have the concept of roles. What do we want to work on next? So I mentioned earlier that there's like an admin panel where you should be able uh to work on these things. Oh, by the way, so I saw the doodle. I think we're gonna have to have the meeting. I think the winning day is this Thursday. So I think I'm gonna close it. Unfortunately, there's gonna be a handful of people, so their Teufel and Matt Knight won't be able to make it. That sucks, but it seems to be the best day. Let's see, continue to booking. So that requires me to set up the meeting at this point. Okay. So meet, new meeting. No, bro, I want to schedule a new meeting. Video meetings scheduled in Google Calendar show up here. No one outside the organization can join a meeting unless invited or admitted by the host. Yes, but like, so I cannot schedule a meeting. So I need to go to Google Calendar. And then go to, oh my God, this fucking thing. So I go to Thursday 15th. Oh my God. So 8 p.m., 10 p.m. Is that what the one that wins? Yeah. Links cannot be added to this field. Okay. Links cannot be added to this field. Wait, what? Hmm. Connect tools. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Sorry, this is like me fighting with productivity tuning. Okay, so I can connect this stuff directly to Doodle. Bad getaway. Fuck, dude. Come on. Page has expired. Oh no. Yeah, primary calendar, blah blah blah. Okay. Oh. Make a Google Calendar your primary calendar on Doodle to add Meet links. Oh man. Bro, I'm just trying to. Oh, that's it. That works. Okay. Continue to booking. Confirm booking. Booked. Okay. Okay. Join with Google Meet. Okay. So sorry, I had to do I had to send people invites to join a Google call, and holy cow, so much clicking. Okay, so what else can we work on now? uh, so we have this concept of scene. We have a table for scene things. So let's take a look at scene. Oh no, you know what? Wait. You know what we want to work on? Invite trees. So we want also to have the concept of people inviting one another. And the idea is that, so this is something that we want to do different in Discord, potentially. But we also want we also want a way of saying to get inside, you have to be invited by somebody who is already in. Again, it's an optional thing. You can turn it off if you want, but I think it's good to have on because it's a very good like defense against spam. So the idea is then a user should also have um, a user should also be invited by somebody else. So there should be power and then also invited by. Invited by, and that is a what do you call it? References, users, not null. Will the Zigg async IO implementation feature green threads? Yes. There are multiple implementations of IO. IO is an interface in Zigg. So there is a multi-threaded one that only does blocking IO and multi-threading. So it spawns new threads. And then there is also an implementation that uses green threads. The green thread implementation is still work in progress. So currently doesn't really work, but because it's being hacked on. But yeah, it will come. I would say invited by should also go maybe up here or after created and updated. Invited by power. Updated roles I think should go in here. Invited by power handle password hash display name avatar. Yeah, no, I think invited by should always be there. And then what you can do is create, if you really want, you can create like an invite that doesn't expire. And basically people that come through that invite are implicitly invited by you. Would it be OS dependent? Green threads? Green threads or some form of scheduler exists within the standard library. When you make green threads, you have to have your own scheduling because the whole point of green threads is that you're making your own user length threads, and so you have to do the switching. You have to do the task switching on your, or rather, the green thread yields. But then once it yields, then it's userland code that has to decide which other green thread that exists in memory to pick up and schedule next. And the OS cannot do that for you. Or rather, the OS does that for you with OS level threads. So, yeah. Will it be OS dependent? So I don't know what the answer to that question is in a like at a more philosophical level. Generally speaking, yes, it has to be OS dependent because when you're doing green threads, generally speaking, you're also doing you also kind of have to do non-blocking IO, and non-blocking IO depends on OS specific APIs. So on Linux, you will want to use IO Uring or EPOL. On macOS, you have to use KQ. On Windows, you have IOCP. So you have to interface with these APIs because with green threads, you cannot do blocking IO, or rather, I guess technically you can, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of doing green threads. Because in a sense, when you do blocking IO, then in any case, so no, you kind of you technically you could, but it makes no sense. So you don't want to do that, and so you have to interface with OS specific APIs for at the very least non-blocking IO. When it comes to pure scheduling or like pure yielding, that is not really OS dependent. It's just a bit of assembly that copies CPU state somewhere and then restores it. So that's not really tied to do as much. With maybe the caveat that I don't know, like a given OS has marks a given register as something you need to always preserve, for example, and that another OS doesn't. So you need also to have that switch, but it's minor stuff. So that is not the interesting OS integration part. I recently started exploring Zigg, and Zigg feels like TypeScript for C. That is one way of looking at it, for sure. Yeah. Uh, it is true that Zigg has a much more strong type system than C does. It is also true that Zigg has generics, although we don't have special syntax for it, unlike TypeScript. So, I mean, as far as first approximations go, fine. But be aware that you will find that the parallels fall apart pretty fast once you start learning more about C, Zig. It's very different than the relationship between JavaScript and TypeScript. Okay, invited by. So this is simple. It's just a reference to another user. No, here's the problem. If we make it not null, I think that if we do it like this, so look at what happens now. ID created, updated roles, invited by 0, then power handle. So look at this. I think that this query will not succeed if we try to run it. It does. It does allow you to say that you invited yourself. That is good. That is good indeed. Can you please recommend some resources to learn Zig? Yeah, I would say that the starting point should be ziglang.org. There's a section called Learn. Language reference, obviously something that you should scroll through at least once. Standard library documentation can be useful, although um, reading also the source code of the standard library is feasible. It is a thing that you can do, and it really works well. And then there's more guides that you can look into, and then I would say the after this, the most important thing is probably online learning resources. So there's a book by Predator Pack. There's Zig.guide, which is a another website that teaches you Zig. Then there is Zigglings. Zigglings is nice. Zigglings is basically a repository with a bunch of exercises and basically every one of these files contains an error, and there's a comment that tells you what the error is and how to fix it. And you fix a file and then rerun the build, and then you will see that now there's an error in the next file, in the subsequent file. So that way, you just fix problems one file at a time and keep moving forward. So yeah, Zigglings is a really cool resource, and it has a very very smooth learning curve. So if you want to like have a no effort way of learning Zig syntax and some more than not just syntax but also something more, Zigglings is a very cool way. If you want something more high octane, look at the other resources. People also like learning Zig. The last link in here, people say also that they really like this blog post. Oh well, series of blog posts. Okay. Yeah, these are all the resources that I would recommend starting with. Okay, so invited by. Alternatively, instead of having a user in here and like invited by, we could reference invites, like this idea that there is an invite for you that has to exist. Maybe. Um, so that kind of implies the existence of an invites table, right? Invites. So there's an ID, there's a created, updated, maybe. Uh, so what does an invite contain? Contains a um, creator, references users not null, and then it contains a. So the idea is you can do either one. You could argue that invites should be one entry per single invite consumed, but no, I think it's better to do uh to do like slug text not null, and then um like we can give it an expiry date and a number. So expiry expires expires or expiry expiry. So a date in which it expires, and then a count limit remaining. With the idea that an invite has a limited number of users, and it goes to 0. Also, I think that the slug should be the primary key. There shouldn't be an ID. I think there should be a slug, and it should be uh text primary key not null. Can we have text primary key? I think we can, right? So this should work. The idea being that every invite has like a path, and the path identifies it uniquely. So that's it. So users invites. Also user not null on delete cascade we want. So so then more than invited by, we can say that the invite was one of these guys. Hmm. Oh, I think there should be also like an enable disable flag. Is bool a thing even? You know what? I think I never used boolean anywhere. I don't even know if it's a data type. Jesus. Okay. So SQLite will accept pretty much anything. Okay. So we have invites. So that means that the next thing that you want to manage is invites. Um, do we have any tools for profiling Zigg? Yes. So first of all, you can use pretty much anything you want. There are some tools native in your OS, like Mac OS has its own profiling tooling that you can use with Zigg for sure. One that people like a lot is Tracy. Uh, this one. This is the one that also I've used. Um, there are bindings for Tracy so that you can turn Tracy on in your application, and it's really good. There is a lot of mileage that you can get out of Tracy. So yeah, you just do it. Okay, so if we have the concept of invites, then the next step would be having I guess permissions for it. Can this user create an invite? Can you delete an invite? Should we be able to delete invites? I think we should also be able to delete invites if we want to. Then what else? Hmm. Then we need basically, so instead of joining a server, I think at this point we need the ability um, to create an account from a client. So a client, you basically say join a server, uh, and then you can paste an invite link. And pasting the invite link, the server will automatically, the client will automatically know how to manage everything. Boolean expressions. So let's see. Null, 0, English, and 0 are all considered false. Values 1, 1.0, 0.1, minus 0.1, and 1 English are considered to be true. What? Man. Beginning to an old version of SQLite, it also recognizes true and false all uppercase. If there are columns or tables named true or false, oh god. Okay, so you just use 1 and 0. But do you say Boolean? Cast expressions. Okay, where can I see column types? Um, so create table. Table name, column def. What's in a column def? Type name. So constraint primary, primary key, not null, unique check, default. Oh, you can also give defaults. Interesting. Um, type name, name. Okay. Yeah, but there we go. Text, num, integer, real blob. So it's just integer. It gets coerced by rules on that page. So these rules. No, wait. This is not clear to me. A cast expression in the form of cast as. Okay, but we're not casting. So wait, where do you see? Uh, where did you see these mapping? Oh, here. Expression affinity. No. Integer, real text, blob. Boolean data type. Okay. Type affinity. Okay, so it's just an integer. Okay. I think expiry should be in here, all the date stuff. Creator enabled remaining. Yeah. Okay, so we have this concept of invites. So the next step would be that there needs to be a request that a client can make to create a new account using an invite. So, so how would the thing work? I think the client needs to have a like a way of fetching server information using an invite code. Like, given this invite code, can you tell me if the invite code is still usable, and also give me information about the server? So you do that, you get information about the server. Do you recreate all tables when server starts? Do we have a database migration tool for Zigg? Um, the answer to the first question is, well, not every single time, but when I change the schema right now, I do delete the database and recreate it. Yes. Do we have a database migration tool? Not that I know of. No. Right now, I'm not worrying about database migration, or rather, sorry, written in Zig. You can use anything that is written in C, for example, or C++. Also, I would argue migration tooling doesn't have to be language specific. There is nothing language specific uh, about this, right? Like if you had an ORM and you were to specify your database tables via Zig structs, so you write Zig structs, and then a tool takes your Zig struct definitions and turns them into tables, and then you modify your Zig structs, and you want that to modify um, the tables, then yeah, that part would have to be, some of it would have to be Zig specific. But we don't really have ORMs in Zig much. There are some, but I would say it's, in any case, it's not something that I'm using or interested in using. So in my case, uh, a migration tool would basically be something that looks at, all the definition of invites, new definition of invites, and produces a alter table query for it. And that is not Zig related at all. It's just something that reads SQL, writes SQL. So it would have to be specific to the database more than to the language. And I don't know, tooling like that probably exists. Right now, I'm not worrying about it much. But yeah. Uh, wouldn't be using embed file instead of using strings? Wait, wouldn't it be better? Probably yes. This is something that I'm considering. Uh, Although to some degree, because for some of these things, you still want to template them. Like here, I want to hard code um, the owner role for this for the admin user. So I don't know. Some of it maybe it's up to debate. But generally speaking, yeah, probably not a bad idea. I'll probably do that eventually. But at the same time, I think you start gaining value if you start using like SQL tooling to write the queries. But right now I'm not using any tooling, so doesn't change much. Okay, you know what? I think we want to move invites maybe even above. No, but we need users to exist before we can do invites. Okay, so this is the invites table, and I think this is it. Um, so database wise, I think we're good. Do we need to create like a default invite or something? No, we don't. Hmm. Um, so So yeah, we need an API to say, look, I have this invite link. Tell me if this invite link is correct. Then then we need a second thing that says where, so the user then is able to type a username, decide an avatar, blah blah blah, and then we attempt to register the new user. On new user registration happening correctly, then we confirm that on the client. Okay, this is just a new thing that we don't have right now. User invitation. Okay, I don't think I want to do more work on invites right now. Let me think. Do we want to model more stuff? Do we have a concept of notifications also, by the way? Oh, we do. We do have some concept of notifications. We have also the concept of scene. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I think this is good advice. So we can do this. So we can say this is date time. This is an enum. Can you say enum? I don't think you can. It invites syntax error. Oh wait. A foreign key to a small enum ref table. Yeah, but mm, hmm, that would work, but then the database would check. Yeah, I get it. I get it, but I think it just adds more complexity. Okay, is it bool that it doesn't like? What happened? Processing query invites. It doesn't like invites. While processing query invites, syntax zero near closing parentheses. Near parentheses. Oh, it's the trailing comma. God damn it. So you can call them enum. Is it possible to extend the Zigg CLI linter, for example, to force the use of curly braces for if? No. No, you can't. But if you use the auto formatter, it's impossible. Using the Zigg auto formatter, it's pretty much impossible to, by mistake, think that you're adding stuff to an if while instead the if is braceless. The reason why if in Zigg can be braceless is because it can use as an expression. So you do const foo equals if bar true else false. Here we are using a braceless if because we're using it as an expression. We want the result value from this if to be uh, assigned to foo. If you put curlies, this doesn't work anymore. This is wrong because if you do it this way, then the if will compute a block, and a block results in the void value. So it's different. Like this whole thing is different. The landscape of this whole thing is different in Zig than it is with C. So I wouldn't hyper focus on it too much. It's not important. Do make sure to use uh, Zig FMT though. Like you might have your own preferences in. I'm not sure if SQLite supports referential integrity. Yes, it does. If you try to create something that references a foreign key that doesn't exist, it complains. You have to turn it on. Like you have to ask for it explicitly. Foreign key is true. I think that if you don't do pragma foreign keys true, then it just doesn't complain. It doesn't care about foreign keys anymore. But I do think it's reasonable to keep it on. Okay, we're saying datetime. Reference is enum, not null. Let's see if enum is a dumb idea or not. Stored in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, or 8 bytes, depending on the magnitude of the value. Oh. So there we go. A storage class is more general than a data type. The integer storage class, for example, includes 7 different integer data types of different lengths. This makes a difference on disk, but as soon as integer values are read off of disk and into memory for processing, they are converted to the most general data type, 8 byte signed integer. Each value. Any column in an SQLite version 3 database except an integer primary key column may be used to store a value of any storage class. Okay, so that means that what makes the difference is what you put in your query, like how your query is structured, rather than what you put in here. So this can be okay. So we can do enum, I guess. And you know what? I think I prefer bool over boolean. Let's do bool. Okay. Well, if there's more in the future, I'll later on I'll fix it eventually. That is funny. So this fixes it. So you can put whatever value you want basically for the column type, but God forbid if you put a trailing comma in your SQL statement, huh? Man, God forbid the trailing comma gets in there. Okay, so with this we have also started the work on invites. Hmm. Okay. Um, I think I should write up an issue for this. I'm gonna do on D2 like I already done. Why use dot curly for the string? I mean this. It's because I'm putting potentially more than one query under this bucket. So, sometimes you have a table that also has some indices that you want to create for it or triggers. So here I'm saying I'm creating a sections table, and then I'm creating a trigger where whenever you delete a section, I go into user permissions and row permissions and delete entries that match that basically that reference the section that we just deleted. The reason why I'm doing this is because this cannot be defined um as a like foreign key because of how I'm structuring my database. But in any case, so it happens that you have multiple queries that relate to the same thing, and I'm just bundling them together. Okay, new issue. Invite system. So this is a server thing. It also has to do with client. Currently, we have a database table that represents invites and um, and users have a invited by column. To implement user invites, we need to one um, create a server endpoint, creating also this needs to be like a starting request. Create a new starting request that unauthenticated clients can send. That um, that lets a client get information about an invite. Is it active or not? Server replies if the invite is active, the server replies with all information about the server. Client shows user. Actually, I would say we need to implement the following workflow, and I think we should be explained slightly differently. So one, user opens client and sees join server via invite. Or and sees if the client is has a clean state. Well, if they have never joined server or um, finds this option in a menu otherwise. User is asked to provide an invite link. Invite link doubles the invite link is used to learn the server IP address, client connects to server and sends a unauthenticated request to know if the invite link is still active. So if the invite is active, the server replies with all information about the server. Client shows user a form to create a new account. um, Account shows user a form to create a new account. On submit, Also, handle password. No, yeah, I wouldn't like show the server itself. What I would show you is like some form of preview, like the server name, a description, some basic information so that you know what you're creating a new account on. That's the idea. What I do want to say is that if a unauthenticated client connects and does not have a valid invite link, they should not be allowed to even see that information. They should just get uh sorry, this a reply that says um invite invite is not active or doesn't exist, and that's it. And it should kind of count against them rate limiting wise. This doesn't seem too bad. And it's not only public forum mode. Uh, that is a good question. I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. So the expectation when you have a place like a Discord server, especially if it's self-hosted, is that you expect to have some form of privacy. Like you don't have real privacy. That is for sure. In none of these things you have full privacy, but you would expect to not be readable on the internet. And I think that is generally reasonable. I do think that D2 should have like a public facing something, but the public facing something would be on the web. So it wouldn't be part of the client, it wouldn't be part of the API of the server, like the TCP API of the server. It would have to be a third thing that speaks HTTP and is exposed as a web server. I think we should have that. RSS feeds, for example, should be these. Um, and then you, as the owner of the server, you can decide. And at that point, you know that maybe some of that stuff is visible on the internet without an account. But it would be web stuff. None of what I'm describing right now is web. Like this is just the TCP protocol for connecting a client. You're not going to use Codeberg? No, yeah, we are moving to Codeberg. I'm just you know, putting stuff on the repository that already exists. Hmm. So yeah, no, we're moving everything to Codeberg. Uh, hmm. I mean, it's gonna be easy to move stuff over. I just wanted to write it down where I'm already writing. I've already written all the other stuff. I think that this is a decent number of things that people can work on as is. I'm pretty happy with this because this means that there are some. Sorry, that means that once we're gonna have the meeting, which is gonna be in a few days from now, um, SSH key instead of a password is a possibility. No, the idea would be to do SSH key on top of a password. I think the idea is so. This is not something that I want to prioritize. I think we need to prioritize the baseline stuff first. But there is a problem where currently, if it's just username and password, then the server admin can potentially forge uh, fake messages from you. They can post as you and they can write stuff in your name. And there is no way for anybody to know if this is happening or not. It would be nice to have a optional, completely opt-in way of saying, look, here's some public key, and now my client is going to start signing those messages with the private key that corresponds to that public key, so that you can know that those messages really come from me. And the idea would be that then other clients would be able to fetch that um, that public key independently, uh, and then you would be able to validate that stuff. That's the idea. Would that require storing the signature for each message? Yes, but it's not, you know, that much extra stuff. The signature is pretty easy. Like they tend to be pretty small, and I think in the context of D2, any signature that isn't too gigantic would probably be good enough. Okay. So invite system, improved rate limiting, static link to UI client, webcam and screen share support, improved audio backends. I think we can make another issue for all the other CRUD operations that are not implemented, but it is kind of it. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get some tea, and then I'm gonna think what other thing to consider kickstarting. We could try to write more stuff for the invite system, but I think that as is, a contributor could totally go ham on it and do the work all themselves, and learn in the meantime how to do all this stuff. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go get some tea and then I'll be right back. Do, 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 do. Uh, am I making the repository ready to go public? Yeah, that's kind of the idea. That is indeed kind of the idea. Wait, did we lose connectivity? Okay, all the sims are fine. Really? Immediately as I got up. Well, what a story. Okay. So what else do we want to work on right now? I don't know. So we started invites. Uh we should work on synchronizing messages, but I don't want to make that a priority right now. All the audio stuff and video stuff is accounted for. There is the ID stuff that I'm thinking about. Zigg Online Day. Yeah. Well, you could call them You could call the community, I don't know, like the forever Zig Forever Day, as in like it's a never ending Zig Day online. I mean, that's kind of what this is, in my opinion, kind of what these communities look like when are the best, when they are at their best, right? The South African Love server, when it is at its best, it tends to look like people in a voice channel, um, working on stuff together. It doesn't happen too often, but also, you know what? We're suffering a bunch from Andrew having left Discord and a bunch of other people having either soft or hard left Discord. I think that while the software you can love Discord server is far from perfect, and it is in a sense my fault for maybe not putting more effort into making it nicer. I It is true that there are like long periods of time where I don't think about that Discord server much, as in trying to make it better and for people to be in. Um, that being said, it does it is nice to have people join the voice channel and and collaborate together in voice chat. Uh, T2 T2SD, thank you for the raid. Hello everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we are right now we are yapping about a Discord alternative that I'm working on. I've been writing database queries for it. I've been writing right now. This is a private repository on my account. We are about to move to Codeberg. We are about also to uh, make the repository public. It will be open source, obviously. I mean, it technically kind of already is. It's just that it's well, you know, open source license, but in a public repo. It's kind of like a tree falling in a forest, but nobody there to hear it. That kind of stuff. But it will be properly open source. And right now we were talking about an invite system. So the way it's going to work, I mean, technically Discord also has an invite system, so that is not particularly, as I just said, it doesn't seem particularly innovative. But the way we want to do it is more specifically with invite trees. So the idea is that you get invited, but you get invited by somebody. And if that somebody keeps inviting people that get banned, then what we do is, you know, you basically snip the tree at the root. Like you ban the entire subtree at some point. Like it is an option that you have. Lobsters works that way. I think there's a few other things that work that way, and it's not a bad idea for uh, moderating a community. You could say in some ways it's the Old Testament way of running the community. I didn't think about it, but I didn't realize that before. But that's, I guess, kind of what it is. Um. So yeah. So what was I doing? So yeah, I was saying invite trees. Then I was looking at other things to start working on. I don't want to. So invite system. I've implemented. Defined a database table, but there's a lot of logic that needs to be written, and I'm not gonna write it now because I want to leave that to contributors, because that is the kind of thing that a contributor could work on and make progress on their own. So I'm writing all down also a bunch of issues for things for people to work on, and I'm trying to decide what else to do next. Okay, here's one thing that I know we're not doing well right now it's full text search. Like we do have full text search, which is fine, but I see that we have a trigger on insert, uh, but we are missing the update and the delete version of this stuff. And I think that the SQLite documentation was weird about it, which is why I don't have this here. But I think it's time that we finally try to figure it fully out. Maybe. Then maybe we can take a look at the concept of scene messages. Then what else? Then there's the concept of notifications. Yeah, that one also I don't know how that should look like. Oh, then there's an emotes table. Oh no. Right, emotes. Hmm. Okay, let's take a look at the full text search stuff. Because I remember reading it, but it was so weird. SQLite. pu- 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 Bugs news. What's under news? Oh, there's a 2026 news. Patch release fixes a potential but unlikely deadlock if the OS interface for Unix that can arise due to changes in 3510 that were designed to detect broken POSIX of user locks caused by the application mistakenly directly opening and closing a file descriptor to the database file and not going through the SQLite interface. I see. Well, we're not doing that, so this is fine. The patch also fixes some obscure bugs that are of little importance but still ought to be addressed. Changes from blah 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 are minimal. New macros, SQLite SCM branch tags datetime. 2 new JS functions. JSON B each, JSON B3. CRI and personnel extensions are now built into the amalgamation, although they are disabled by default and must be activated at compile time using enable CRA percentile. Is a table valued function with a single column named value and 0 or more rows. The value of which row in the CRA is taken from the C language array supplied by the application via parameter binding. In this way, the CRA function provides a convenient mechanism to bind C language arrays to SQL queries. Single argument CRA. In 32, in 64, double text blob. Hmm. Multi-argument CRA. CRA dollar sign pointer. Okay. CLI enhancements, performance enhancements. And the SQLite checkpoint noob argument for SQLite wall checkpoint v2. Improved error messages generated by FTS 5. Okay, this is the full text search that we're using. Interestingly enough, the news page got us to the page that we were looking for. Okay, so here we are creating a full text search table. um, It is an error to add types, constraints, or primary key declarations to a create virtual table statement used to create an FTS5 table. Once created, an FTS5 table may be populated using insert, update, or delete statements like any other table. Like any other table with no primary key declaration, an FTS5 table has an implicit integer primary key field named row ID. Not shown in the example above is that there is also various options that may be provided to STS5 as part of the create virtual table statement to configure various aspects of the new table, some of which we are using. These may be used to modify the way in which the table extracts terms from documents and queries, to create extra indices on disk, to speed up prefix queries, to create an FTS5 table that acts as an index on content stored elsewhere. This is the stuff that we are doing. Because we want to have a normal messages table, and then we want to have an index that points at where the content is in the normal tables. Once populated, there are 3 ways to execute a full text query against the contents of an STS5 table: a match operator, equal sign, blah blah blah, table valued function index. Okay. Where email match, where email equals from email. Oh, that last one is really weird, but okay. By default, FTS5 full text searches are case independent. Sounds good. Returns results in arbitrary order. Sounds good. Order might be added to a full text query as follows. Sounds good. May use STS5 auxiliary functions to retrieve extra information. So there's highlighting. Okay. Custom auxiliary functions may also be implemented in C and registered with STF5, just as column SQL functions may be registered with SQLite core. Holy shit, okay. Custom auxiliary functions. That sounds good. But we don't need this, I think, for now. So building a loadable extension, full text query syntax, that also we don't care about. Within an FTS expression, a string might be specified in one of 2 ways. That's fine. Phrases, prefix queries, tokens, near queries, column filters. That is fine. Boolean operators, table creation and initialization. Okay, so this is the stuff that we're looking into. Each argument specified as part of blah 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 is either a column declaration or a configuration option. Column declaration consists of one or more whitespace separated FTS5 bare words or string literals quoted in any manner acceptable to SQLite. The first thing is the column name. It is an error to attempt to name a column row ID or rank, or to assign the same name to a column as it's used by the table itself. This is not supported. Okay. Each subsequent string or bare word in a column declaration is a column option that modifies the behavior of that column. Case independent, unlike core, considers unrecognized column options to be errors. Oh. Currently, the only option recognized is unindexed. Interesting. See below. Configuration option consists of an SCF5 bare word, the option name, followed by an equal sign character, followed by the option value. So here we're creating a table that has sender, title, body, and then it has the tokenized setting set to Porter ASCII. Okay, unindexed. The contents of columns qualified with the unindexed column option are not added to the full text search index. This means that for the purposes of match queries and FTS5 auxiliary functions, the column contains no matchable tokens. For example, to avoid adding the contents of UID field to the FTS index, you do unindexed. That makes sense. So the idea would be that you're gonna want to also remember the UID of a customer, but you don't want a full text search to by accident match against its UID. Um, that makes sense. Maybe you're searching for beef and you want beef to be part of the, I don't know, some name or description or something. But if beef is inside the UID, then you don't want that to match. That does make sense. In our case, we do want channel to be unindexed. I think, although, I mean, no, that is not how it works. Wait a second. Author body. uh, okay, so content and content raw ID are the settings that we're using. No, never mind. I think in our case, everything is fair game because we want our search. In any case, we will want to um, pre-process what the user is searching for. Yeah. Hmm. By default, FTS5 contains a single index recording the location of each token instance within the document set. This means that querying for complete tokens is fast as it requires a single lookup, but querying for a prefix token can be slow as it requires a range scan. For example, a query for the prefix token ABC star requires a range scan of all tokens greater than or equal to ABC and less than ABD. A prefix index is separate. It's a separate index that records the location of all instances of prefix tokens of a certain length in characters used to speed up queries for prefix tokens. For example, blah, 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 blah. Maintains prefix indices for 2 and 3 character prefix tokens. Oof. I don't think we want that. Tokenization, we don't care right now. Unicode 61 tokenizer. Okay. Trigram tokenizer. Hmm. There we go. External content and content-less tables. Normally, when a row is inserted in an FTS5 table, in addition to building the index, FTS5 makes a copy of the original row content. When column name values are requested from the FTS5 table by the user or by an auxiliary function implementation, those values are read from that private copy of the content. The content options may be used to create an FTS5 table that stores only FTS full text index entries. Because the column values themselves are usually much larger than the associated full text index entries. This can save significant database space. There are two ways to use the content option: by setting it to an empty string to create a contentless FTS5 table. In this case, FTS5 assumes that the original column values are unavailable to it when processing queries. Full text queries and some auxiliary functions may still be used, but no column values apart from the row ID may be read from the table. Right? By setting it to the name of a database object that may be queried by FTS5 at any time to retrieve column values. This is known as external content table. This is the case. In this case, all FTS5 functionality may be used, but it is the responsibility of the user to ensure that the contents of the full text index are consistent with the named database object. If they're not, query results might be unpredictable. Hence the triggers. Contentless FTS5 table is created by setting it to an empty string. Contentless delete tables. What? Also available are contentless delete table. A contentless delete table is created by setting the content option to an empty string and also setting the contentless delete option to 1. Contentless delete table differs from the contentless table in that contentless delete tables support both delete and insert or replace into statements. Contentless tables support update statements, but only if new values are supplied for all user-defined columns of the SDF5 table. Contentless delete tables do not support the FTS5 delete command. Unless backwards compatibility is required, new code should prefer contentless delete tables to contentless tables. Okay. This doesn't tell you anything about what is a non-contentless delete table. So it doesn't tell you what it is that they have improved, but fine. An external content NTS5 table is created by setting the content option to the name of a table, virtual table, or view here after the content table within the same database. Whenever column values are required by SDF5, it creates the content table as follows with the row ID of the row for which values are required. Are going to be bound to the SQL variable. Okay. Ordered by content row ID. Oh, one way of doing this is with triggers. For example, I see there's a bunch of triggers in here. Like contentless tables, external content tables do not support replace conflict handling. Any operations that specify replace conflict handling are handled using abort. Okay, so we have this. So why do I only have one? I guess I never bother doing the other ones, huh? So I think we have after insert. So we need to have after delete. Wait a second. After delete, this turns into an insert. We insert into FTS IDX. Yeah. FTS IDX. What? Row ID. Yeah. BC. Values. Delete. ABC. What is this? I think so. Okay. I think we need to read this stuff down here. So this is doing an insert. There's a table. There's a column name that has the same name as the table, and then you put their value delete. So this is a delete query. it's a weird syntax for a delete query. This is a weird syntax for a delete query. And then so an update becomes delete the old thing and insert the new thing. Whoa. Let us read more. Okay, so I guess this is the old way of doing deletion. So previously, when they were saying, where is it? Contentless delete tables. FTS5 delete command. Yeah, there we go. The delete command is only available with external content and contentless tables. It is used to delete the index entries associated with a single row from the full text index. This command and the delete all commands are the only ways to remove entries from a full text index in a contentless table. Yeah. If the values inserted into the columns as part of a delete command are not the same as those currently stored in a table, this may be unpredictable. Yeah. Okay. The reason for this is easy to understand. When a document is interested. Oh, okay. Okay. I get that. No need to read that. Okay. So these are the weirdo thingies that we would need to implement. That is fine. I'm gonna read this final section before going back and implementing this. It's the responsibility of the user to ensure that an FTS5 external content table, one with a non-empty content option, is kept consistent with the content table itself. Yes. Let's see. Apparently consistent results produced by queries against an FTS5 external content table may be understood as follows. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with this. Triggers on the content table are a good way to ensure that an FTS5 external content table is kept consistent. However, triggers are only fired when rows are inserted, updated, or deleted in the content table. That means that if, for example, a table is created as follows, then as creating the triggers does not copy existing rows from the content table into the FTS index. In this and any other situation when the FTS index and its content table have become inconsistent, the rebuild command may be used to completely discard the contents of the FTS index and rebuild it based on the current contents of the content table. Okay. Okay, so what's happening here? Create and populate a table, create an external content index. Oh, okay, so the problem is that we are putting stuff in before creating these triggers. And that's what keeps breaks the symmetry. Okay, so these are the things that we need to do. Insert into messages search. Messages messages search row channel outer body values delete comma and then what is the rest? Old. Instead of new, it's old. All.channel all.outer all.body. And then after update, we do the delete. And then we insert the new. Literally a copy paste. Okay, so with this, we have full text search sync between messages and the full text virtual table. Okay. This seems fine. Um, good change. Do we build? We do. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. So with this, we have implemented all the missing pieces for full text search. Full text search is not present in the client. We should, you know what? That's another thing that people could work on. Full text search in the client. So full text search requires, um, man, it's tough. It basically requires us to come up with a syntax or a some kind of structured syntax for specifying queries where users can specify constraints. Then we need to, and their constraints can be author, channel, stuff like that. Then we need to take that stuff, turn it into a SQLite syntax, bake in other restrictions, like if there are channels that the user cannot see, then those have to become constraints. So basically, we need to take any channel uh, any channel constraint that they might have specified, and uh, we need to further constrain it with the list of channels that they are allowed to see. Or in any case, we need to take out channels that they are not allowed to see. Why not do FTS entirely on the client? Seems like it would scale way better. I think that in servers like Discord style servers, it seems to me that having the expectation that the client has an entire copy of the data makes for a worse user experience. Um, I don't have a hard proof that this is the case, but what I do have is this. I have experience with Zulip. And so whenever I try to open Zulip, I don't know if you can see it, but the bar at the bottom says that it's loading. There's also a bar at the top that's loading, and it's like it's taking forever. It's finally done syncing. Actually, the thing at the okay, so the bar at the top was the one that was trustworthy. The one at the top, it was just an error that was there for a while, but that I had to dismiss. But basically, every time I open Zulip, it takes a while for it to resync, and I think the problem is because Zulip thinks operates under the assumption that you want to sync the full history on the client. I'm not sure that this is something that you want to do. Um, yeah. So for now, that is the assumption that I'm going on for now. But you know what? That might be something that we could discuss, I guess. So full text search implementation, we were saying means, yeah. So we need to put those restrictions, and then we put that in the server. It's not a big deal. And then this is really it. Is there a way to specify a null state for enums without an extra bit? So when you make an optional enum, you will always have extra data. So Zigg will not do any. I forget the name of that thing, but you know how optional pointers are not bigger than non-optional pointers, but with enums they will be bigger. So uh, I would do it like this. I would just add none as the first case. And you consider this the equivalent of null in your case. You can also make helper functions. So for example, instead of directly accessing the value, you can make like an helper function that returns you an optional enum value, and it returns null in the case that, well, yeah, that is fine. I see. Okay, so we can write an issue for full text search at this point, I think. We're currently working under the assumption that clients will not have to hold full message history in their will have to hold, and thus we'll use the server for full text search. We currently have um oh, an FTS 5 virtual table in SQLite, and so we currently have an FTS 5 virtual table in SQLite. We can do also lowercase virtual table in SQLite that tracks contents of the messages table. Okay. You know what? This requires a little bit more work. I'm gonna take a quick break because lunch is ready. So I'm gonna eat something. I'm gonna put like a 15-minute countdown, and then when I come back, we resume. Basically, I need to explain what I was describing. The idea that we need to constrain user queries to the set of channels that they are allowed to see. By the way, this whole concept of secret channels, I know that I want to have it, but right now you don't even have a way of specifying that a channel is a private channel. So we'll also have to model this thing. Maybe that is the next thing that we do. We look into this whole concept of private channels. Um, so yeah. In any case, we currently have an SCS5 virtual table. Okay, so Bork AFK 15 minutes lunch break. Lunch await. Okay. Be patient. I'll be back in a jiffy. BRB. I'm back. Okay. What were we saying? We currently have an FTS5 virtual table in SQLite that tracks contents of the messages table. Yeah, Speed Eater. Was pretty fast. Right, and then public and private rooms. So currently have an SS5 virtual table in SQLite that tracks contents of the messages table. And a CLI subcommand and a server CLI subcommand to query to search messages. To expose full text search to clients, we need to expose FTS to clients, we need to make sure we properly restrict the search query to only channels that the client has access to. FTS query, well, SQLite does support this possibility by defining column constraints. Well, by defining search constraints on specific columns. It means that clients should not be allowed to input SQLite queries or FTS or full text search queries directly, but rather that their input needs to use a separate language that then the server maps to a safe subset of SQLite's FTS query syntax. Okay, so client queries should be able to define the same set of filters that you can define with Discord. So author, I don't know, channel, author, channel, what else? Age, has link, etc. This requires implementing GUI / TUI elements to to support crafting the search query. After that, the query. Mm, I think that we should also forbid not support like logical statements. Sorry, logical operators. Like we can put all these filters, but then I don't think we should allow clients to do and or. I think also not. Does FTS support searching for exact matching quotes? I think it does. I think it does, although I think it depends also on how you specify the tokenization system. Because if you're doing stemming, for example, then the exact match won't work. I think that in Discord you cannot do exact match, or rather, you try to do exact match, but then you always run into weirdness that comes from the tokenizer. Please tell me that the D2 name isn't only because it's Discord, but better. It's a temporary name. We're not gonna call it D2 for real. It's just a placeholder name, and the joke was that it was supposed to be Discord 2. So that's what D2 stands for. It does stand for Discord 2, but it's a joke name. It's not a real name. So the last problem is that then we need to support pagination, right? Because you should be able to send like to search. This is actually interesting. Now that I think about it, Discord doesn't show you. Discord doesn't show you. Um, no, actually, I think Discord shows you messages in order, and then it separates. It splits them up if they are in separate channels. But I think they are strictly ordered by time. So, like, if channel A has two messages, then there's a message in channel B, and then we go back to two more messages in channel A, you will see two messages for A, then a space, B, then a space, and then A again. Yeah. So nothing crazy there. Lastly, the client needs a view that can display results. I think that we can only do pagination with limits. The final search query should be paginated, and it should also use highlight to well, highlight matching terms. Uh, Sending paginated from the back would also be useful. What do you mean sending paginated from the back? Ordered by time ascending or descending. Yeah, I mean, you could. The way it works in practice is that, okay, you know what? Maybe I should specify it here. I think the way it works is that first you do a count, and then after you're done the count, you know the limits of your pagination. You know that you're going to paginate, say, 10 results per page. And so on the client side, in the UI, you show the list of pages, and or somehow you have a button that says last page, and that way you compute the last page. Okay, so this is kind of it. Search should also be subject to permissions, and I think it makes a sense to not allow new users to search. Um, I mean, it's debatable. I guess it depends on how you want to do it. But yeah, I think that getting it behind a permission check is not a bad idea anyway, and rate limiting. Okay. Man, GitHub is now suggesting that you use fucking Copilot also to write issues. Man, these society is going to shit, man. permission can back search before they came to the server. Ooh, that is an interesting proposition. That is truly an interesting proposition. Uh, that kind of makes sense. The problem in a sense with this is just that in practice, like on one end, I get it. On the other end, you're joining. Imagine that you're joining the Zigg, the big Zigg Discord server, and um, and you just want to search for previous answers to a question that you have, right? Getting search to you that way, I don't know, seems kind of dumb. Would it also prevent back scrolling beyond the cutoff? I guess it depends, right? You could implement it which way you want. Um, I think it makes this is a setting that makes sense for stuff like Telegram. When you have a Telegram group, you can like it would make sense to set a group to work that way. I I don't know if it makes sense for something more like Discord. I think it's not a bad setting. It's just I would say that yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. I would say that as a server wide setting is sus, but it sorry, but it would make way more sense as a channel specific setting. Like you create a channel that doesn't allow people back scrolling. Uh, how about making it possible to have public channels on a server that can be searched publicly online? Um, yeah, we were mentioning this earlier. We can do that. Yes, for sure. None of what I'm describing right now is that, but yeah, there is definitely a plan to have something like that exist for sure. Specifically, the idea that a D2 server can publish an RSS feed. So the idea is that you have a channel where uh, you publish new projects, and every like it's threaded. So every entry is a thread. And so every time somebody posts a new thread, that becomes an entry in an RSS feed that can be pulled from elsewhere by another D2 server, by a client application visible on the web. So that part is guaranteed to be there. Um, so more in general, yes, having some stuff available, visible over the web makes sense. As for search on the web, that also is something that does make sense, but it is also something that consumes resources of the database, sorry, of the server. And anything that consumes resources is obviously, more of a sensitive subject. So I don't know. So my point is, it makes sense in general. I agree. I think having some kind of search, why not? Um, maybe it could even be something that does client-side search. Like you publish this as a single page with a data payload, and you update the data payload basically, and then people can do client-side search for that stuff. Huh. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe. Hmm. Okay. So the next thing that we need to work on is, we were saying, private channels. So how does a private channel look like? So basically the idea is that channels by default are public. So they default to being visible. But then there are secret channels, private channels that you can only access if you have permission to see them. So that means that a channel uh um yeah, it's not just a TUI client. The idea is a fully statically linked TUI client. This is mind blowing, by the way. It means that we can have a TUI client, and that if we can pull this off, linking statically pipewire, then it means that we can have a TUI client that also works on all Linuxes and can do screen sharing also at the same time. I think there's a open question in terms of performance about what happens when you have a bajillion, like a bunch of video streams and a bunch of audio streams going on. But yeah. Okay, so we have a channel and we have a section. A section has kind. Why do I have kind on sections? What was my idea behind sections kindness? So a channel has a kind because it can be a text channel. So channels kind, they have home, chat, and voice. These are the kinds of channels that we have for now. Hmm. What about sections? There's no section. There's no concept of sections. Like I didn't make a. I didn't make a. Anything for this. I don't know what this kind was supposed to be. So here's how I would do it. We can say that so it can have a boolean that says whether it's private or not. what is a section conceptually? Good question. Thank you, CryptoCode. A section is actually the same thing as in Discord. So a section is like think of it as a folder where you can put multiple channels in, and they show up as a group in as a grouping in the UI. So and then if you move the section, you're moving all its contents with it atomically. So like you in the Software You Can Love Discord server, we have like general section. I think that then there is a section dedicated to um, Zine, for example. So that is a section. And one nice thing that sections give you as an admin is basically that when you define a property on a section, like a permission on a section, then that permission applies to all the channels underneath it. So you can make a section private, and so every channel that you create under the section will be private because the section is private. Yeah, it's just a way of grouping channels together. This is now a nice ASMR stream. Okay, I'm done. So I don't know what kind here was supposed to be. I guess there were different kinds of sections, but I don't remember what my half-ass idea was. So instead of that, we have whether it's public or private. I guess the question is, could it be something that is not just public or private? Could it be something else? It's called categories on Discord. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Maybe I had different kinds because I was imagining this idea where some sections could work like they do in Discord, where yeah, it's grouping that way, but some other ones could be a form of tabbing, where you basically have multiple tabs of pages, and so the tab kind, I don't know. I don't know. Will there be a concept of a text channel linked with a voice channel, like somewhat new Discord thing? Yes. The way I would do it personally is that I would have the text channel in voice work like it used to work with TeamSpeak. So I would basically have a text channel that doesn't retain history. So it's basically, think of it as an IRC channel connected to the voice channel. So you paste stuff, and as long as you're connected, you see what's in there. And once you leave, you lose what was posted, and that's it. So the only difference is that I would make that one ephemeral. Um, so a section that isn't just public or private. I guess you could have public, private, and then web accessible. So you could make an entire section web accessible. Would it make sense for it to be tri-state? It is certainly true that if you make a channel web accessible, then you cannot make it private. They are kind of mutually exclusive. So maybe kind should stay here, and we just make it mean that it's the level of publicness of the section, and we do the same for channels. Although channel does already have a kind key, so channels are already of different kinds. Non-sections need to have the same permissions like channels. Yeah, they do, and they won't. They already do. With this schema, when you specify a permission, you specify when you specify a permission, you specify if the permission is server wide, if it's applying to a section, or if it's applying to a channel. Or we could call it like this. We could say privacy, and we say that it's an enum. D2 dot permission of privacy. No, D2 dot sections dot privacy. I guess we can do D2 dot channels dot privacy, and we do the same down here. Private, public, or it could be secret, private, public. uh, yeah, secret, private, public. I think this is it. Like this. Hiding channel means if it's chat or voice, and there's also home, which is a special kind of channel. But yeah, this is what we have for now. So yes. This channel section is publicly visible on the web. So in server init, we define privacy for sections. We define privacy for channels. Okay, so how does this stuff work then? Normally, privacy will be normally privacy would be will be 1. I guess we can search when privacy is different than 0. So I'm thinking of how do we show channels to like how do we fetch to correct channels to show to a user? So the user wants us to sync. Um, so we want to give it all channels that were created or updated. Where's updated, man? Daytime. So we want to give all channels that were updated after a given date. Then we need to look at all sections. Then we need to look at the section that it belongs to. If the section is private, we need to potentially filter against the user not being able to see the that. I guess it's I guess we can turn that into one query, right? We can turn that into one complex query. So given a user ID, we fetch all um hmm. Now that I think about it, that also means that we don't want to be able to specify. We don't want to be able to specify a permission where you take out visibility of a channel, because then the only way to do so should be to make it private and then granting access, not denying access. So maybe granting or denying access to a private channel should be something that is not just permissions. It should be something different. It might have to be something different. Oh, this is why it works, because we're saying that sections on delete set null. Oh, so if you delete a section, you don't delete channels, you just delete the section and the channels roam free at that point. Interesting. Debatable. Okay. One other way of doing it is that we search, like we fetch secret channels separately. first we fetch all normal channels, then we fetch secret channels, and then we do the complicated thing only with secret channels. I'm sure that one way or another we can pull it off. Like we can pull it off in a reasonable way. Okay. I guess that means that we can then now add an issue for implementing private channels. Hmm. For example, dragging an intersection should. So we could make this a permission thing, or we could even make a dedicated table for it. So we could say, how do you know if you have access to a given um, channel or section? So we would have to look at the section the channel belongs to, then search for user permissions in the user permission table. We would have to search for a given user ID, a given kind of permission on sections, on a given resource ID, the section ID, and the key being and the key being uh, like can't see private channel. That would work. Alternatively, I mean, there really is no reason to not put it in there, though, at this point. But we do want to present this stuff separately in the GUI, I think. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. This same logic must also be part of full text search, well, message history search. And notification pings. Okay. I think at this point we can also maybe look into into user notifications, like user pings in messages. So how would those work? You write at something that gets parsed to a user mention. I think that needs to happen in the client because I think the client should translate a at handle ping to a user mention. So there needs to be syntax basically that we don't expect clients to utilize somehow, or in any case, like users, I mean directly somehow. Then then what else? Then whenever that happens, we need to produce a notification for it. A notification, we have a table for it. I guess notifications is another thing that users fetch, and that they mark as seen. I think also that notifications should be maybe something that gets deleted over time. Like at the notification table, I think should hold like, I don't know, 6 months worth of notifications, and then anything older than that just gets deleted. And if somebody mentioned you 6 years ago and hey, 6 months ago and you didn't check in 6 months, then it's gone. Or we could delete seen entries that are old. We could keep non-seen entries, I guess. I guess we could. But they will just accumulate endlessly. Uh, Maybe we could say that we delete seen entries older than 6 years. Sorry, older than 6 months. And then we delete non-seen notifications older than a year or two. Yeah. I have the suspicion that once we start working on this stuff, the TUI client will overtake the GUI client immediately, and it will be so much nicer to work on the TUI client rather than the GUI client. I have this sneaky suspicion. Uh, anyway, not bad, not bad. We have 7 issues. Hello, Calder. 7 issues, and each one of these is something that a contributor could be working on. Have you written any libvaxis apps yet? Bork is technically a libvaxis application, but I'm not using the high level API. I'm just using the very low level stuff, and I'm doing the rendering all by myself. So I'm basically using libvaxis to process inputs, get terminal size, just the very basics. So far, it seems to me that the biggest non-audio video thing that we need to worry about is basically the syntax used for messages. In the sense of how do you reflect. So for example, the client wants to send us a message where we're pinging somebody, we're doing at neurosite. So you want the text to show at neurosite, but you also you kind of want that to be a placeholder that then gets evaluated. You know what? Maybe that is the answer. Maybe the answer is that we use SMD. We talk SMD over the wire. You in the client write, the client parses and renders square bracket elements. Like it uses scripty to analyze what's in there. And then so we have a square bracket element that corresponds to a user mention. And it becomes a user mention. I mean, why not? You're planning to do markdown parsing as well? Well, something like that we have to, yeah. And maybe Super Markdown is the engine that we use for that, for real. Which, to be clear, doesn't mean necessarily supporting all of Markdown. But tag code blocks, obviously you want to support. Links you want to support. User mentions you want to support. Actually, I think that Super Markdown is maybe the perfect format for this kind of stuff. Hmm. Okay, this is all great. This is really all great. I'm happy with the progress here. So I think that the next thing that I'm gonna do is start moving this stuff over to Codeberg. So I wrote all the issues in here for convenience, but I think it's since we plan to go to Codeberg, we might as well go in here and start doing that. Issues on Codeberg specify a branch and a tag. What? What is this sorcery? What is your experience with Codeberg so far? It's slow. It is slow. That is one thing, one problematic thing with Codeberg. I don't think it should be this slow. I think the hardware is suffering, or maybe some implementations are not scalable enough. But some things are slower than they should be. So I guess I need to create labels before I can mention them here. Custom avatar for the repository. I'm in Italy. It does? No. For me, GitHub is so Git operations feel instant. There are some pages where like I try to go to what is it that I was doing the other day? I think I was looking at my issues page. Like I clicked on my issues page. It took it a while to load. I guess now I'm in cache, so it should be faster. Now if I go back there again, I'm not in cache. It's not faster. So it's not like horribly slow, but by the Teufel. But it's not snappy. It's also all Git operations are also slower um, than they are on GitHub. At least when it comes to the Zigg repository. Time tracker. Oh, that is funny. Due date. Pin log conversation. Reference. Enable more. Close an issue via commit made in a non-default branch. Units. Tags. Tag pattern allowed users. Okay, but labels. Oh, there we go. Use label preset. Advanced. Kind bug. Kind feature. Kind enhancement. Kind default. New label. Name. Server. Create label. New label. Client. GUI. TUI. Oh no, they all have the same color. Also, why this color of all colors? Server client, GUI, TUI. Milestones. New milestone. It's more like a project than a milestone. Yeah, but I think it's fine. I'm gonna add issues to it, right? No, don't tell me that we don't have this. Okay, we do. That's just an fancy JavaScript. Oh, I see. You're saying the opposite. You're saying that I should have made a project for it, not a milestone. Well, it only makes sense for an issue to be associated with one. Yeah, I know that the label thing had a color picker. I just didn't want to select it myself. I wanted randomization to do that for me. Um, I see. I'll take a look now. Uh, oops. Okay. So I'm saying that we should create projects, and then I go to projects, and here I create. Uh, why is this not? Why is this not good? I mean, I think it's fine as a milestone. No, because you take issues. You're saying that a milestone is just something that has a one-to-one mapping with. Oh, sorry. Well, not one to one, but like an issue belongs only to one milestone. Like, why not? Why not this? Why this? Sure, we would have a we would have like the table view here, but I mean, sure, that is true, but I still see these as like the way I would phrase those milestones is as a linear progression. Uh, Fine. Okay, basically these are the two issues that I think we should complete before we can have monthly meetings on a Weibo. To be fair, the invite system is not really necessary, but it's convenient. It's not too big of a thing to implement, and it's just convenient. Also, because the idea is that we're not yet at the point where we can have like a long running instance of this thing, and we're not gonna be able to do that for a while. So the idea is that we basically recreate an instance of it every time on demand, every time we need to hold the meeting, or we keep like nuking it over and over, and so there should be a quick way for people to create a new account if they want to. Sorry, if they want to join. So having the invite system, I think it's a good idea because currently adding users can only be done manually by the server admin. So there we go. Okay. By the way, MLAG, I also discovered that that we have some CI runners that are available for free. I remember that you had to request those in the past, but now it doesn't work like this anymore. Now I just created this repository, and I have access to 3 runners: tiny, medium, and small. So yeah. Oh, since before we migrated. Okay, I had no idea. I always thought the one thing that was preventing me from creating this stuff on Codeberg was that I kind of was dreading the idea of having to uh, maintain my own runners for a tiny project. But if we don't have to do that, that is also good. I think this project is small enough that, you know, it's not going to be an issue for anybody if we piggyback on their CI for a while at least. Okay, we ported over all the issues. That is good. That is good. So I don't know what to work on next. I do not know. There are pretty tight restrictions on those runners. You mean in terms of resource consumption? I mean, the idea is that right now, I'm guessing they're Linux only, so they're probably not super big, chunky machines. So I think just testing that our shit builds is going to be good enough. Hmm. So this is all well and good. Also, you know what this reminds me? What is the state of so what is the state of our website of Ziglang.org? Is it has it been moved over? No, not yet. Okay. So it's still in a limbo. Are we waiting for a new deployment of Codeberg on it? Because I remember that Alex was mentioning that I remember that we were waiting for a change into how PRs were working. I guess this is not. Maybe this has been like maybe the change has been merged but not deployed yet. Yeah, okay. So we're still waiting for that thing. Understood. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So that means that we're not doing bad on our end. That is nice. So what do we do next? I think I might call it a day here because the we did so this was a longer stream. Man, I'm finally getting to a point where I can do a longer stream. Oh, available runners? Sure. Runtime. Ooh. Ooh. So tiny might be a bit too small. Let's see. The following runners are available on Codeberg. The specs and guidelines for how many resources builds are allowed to take at most. But we rely on fair use. Oh, I see. So tiny runtime 2 minutes. Two CPU cores, RAM 4 GB, 5 minutes. I mean, small would be enough for us. I think no for D2. I mean, RAM allocation includes writes to the file system. If your container has 4 GB of memory, writes 1 GB of dependencies and 1 GB of temporary files, building builds, only 2 GB remain available for your actual software. Oh, lazy runner. For each runner variant, we offer a lazy runner. It can generally have more delay in picking jobs, but it will help us schedule jobs based on load or energy availability. If your say jobs can wait, consider using this runner. By appending dash lazy. Oh, but these guys don't show up. I don't see them. Project must be public. Be excellent to each other. Yeah. Only use resources you need. Unlike other giant platforms, we do not encourage you to write heavy pipelines and charge you for the cost later. Yeah, that is fair. I mean, yeah. They do show up just as an alias for the other ones, do they? Um, Oh, you're right. The lazy alias. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. That does sound good. Okay, so this is it for me. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Let's see if anybody else is doing Zig. There is one person doing Zig. That is cool. That is indeed cool. That said, you know what? I'll send you to D Mulroy because he rates me a bunch and I haven't rated him in a while, so thank you all for hanging out and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.